Jamaica is the CWI Rising Stars Under 19s Women's Championship, and we have the Leeward captain of the weeks. We have match referee Glory Edwards, Jamaican captain at 9 o'clock, the third umpire, Melissa Lawrence. So Ali has the fine, she was asked. Heads is the call. Tails. Game, we're looking forward to win. How is your team for this? Changes? How the game yesterday? And how you assess the tournament so far in terms of performance of your team? And let's speak to all the best to you, and we can now have a chat with Lady Buck. Looking for third place?
Yes. Unfortunately.
And in terms of your team, any changes from last year?
No. Oh yes, one. Smelly coming back in for trustee.
And how you assess your chances of winning the game?
Today we're just trying to be more consistent, more focused. We made a lot of mistakes, but we're human. So today we're trying to lessen the mistakes and just being us, you know?
The Leeward Islands win the toss and they choose to bat first in this third place game in the CWI Rising Stars Under 19s Women's Championship here at the Polish Cricket Ground. We're back with a live commentary. So it's another brilliant day for cricket here at the Cottage Cricket Ground in Antigua. We're just outside of the VC Bird International Airport, which is to our right. And as you would have been hearing, it's the third place game between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. And it should be an intriguing contest between two teams who would have won. Leewards would have won 2 matches. Jamaica winning 3 of their 5 preliminary matches, losing only to Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, who will play in the finals later today at 2 p.m. But it's all about the third place game now, as we see the pitch looking immaculate. Absolutely no grass whatsoever, and that has been the feature of the pitches here at the Cottage Cricket Ground throughout the 8 days of this tournament. We started last Saturday, and as you see, both umpires are now heading to the middle. Donald Shekels Jr. on the right and Kareem Tate on the left, as the Jamaican team just make their way just ahead of the umpires, and they will be followed shortly by the 2 Leeward Islands openers, Sarah Skeet and Anika Wilson. Should be a keenly contested game if both teams play to their potential. Jamaica defeating the Leewards in the preliminary match here a few days ago. So the Leewards will be hoping that they can get the better of the Jamaicans this time around. And the Jamaicans, no doubt, will be looking to complete the double over their rivals. So let's look at the teams for today. For the Leeward Islands, Oricia Lewis, Aliyah Weeks, the captain, Sarah Scarrett, the wicketkeeper opener, Karinique Skeet, Jackaza Smitten, Cleana Joseph, Ketona Skeppel, Sanjana Buhuja, Siana Descent, Leanga Warner, and Inika Wilson. And for Jamaica, Brianna Plummer, Nahiva Webley, Shashane Ricketts, Ashanti Guthrie, Adina Barr, Devasia Brown, Samara Hall, Tianja Morgan, Zaria Blair, Samira Smelly, and Nicola Green. And it's going to be Devasia Brown to start the attack for Jamaica, and Skerritt will be the batter facing the first delivery for the Leeward Islands. Colin James bringing you live ball by ball coverage, and our 360 Cricket Network doing the production. A run straight away for the Leeward Islands off the bat, and we know that Skerritt is quick between the wickets, and she instantly got down to the non-strikers end and was looking for a second run, but it wasn't there. Good delivery from Brown. Thought she had a case for a leg before decision, but umpire Shekels not interested. Show the commentary reel. Give you some of the top performers in the tournament so far. Well, up to the stage, I can only say, put it that way. And Wilson gets off the mark as well. Half volley delivery, just hitting it into the vacant mid-wicket region and getting a single. So the field for Brown is short third man, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish and short mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. Brown is making some adjustments to the field. I think she wants the fielder to go back Guthrie on the deep backward square leg boundary or forward of square. Skerritt gets a delivery which brings her tentatively forward. Steady over so far from Skerritt. Sorry, Brown. Skerritt is the batter. Little bit of cloud cover on the eastern side of the ground here at Coolidge, but nothing threatening. End of the first over, the Leeward Islands 2 without loss. So Shane Ricketts, the leg spinner for Jamaica, is going to bowl the second over with the new ball in the power play. And if he's one player I think who would have improved leaps and bounds throughout this tournament, is certainly Shane Ricketts. It will be one of the players I will pencil in for the squad of 20 for continued training after this tournament with a view for selection on the West Indies under-19 team for the 2027 World Cup in Bangladesh in February. First delivery was angled down the onside and just turned around the corner by Scarrett, and they're back for 3 runs. That's good running. Good running. Scarrett is very fast, very between the wicket. Leeward Islands leaving out Lois George, the overseas player from England, out of the 11. Can't say what's the reason for that. I would hazard a guess it could be injury. Rukia Daly is also not playing in the start 11. Kiara Hanley also out. Jamaica leaving out Gabrielle Horton, Samira Lewis, and Tony Ann Trusty, who would have played yesterday. So Ricketts with a third delivery. Wilson has to be careful because she has the ability to bring it back into the right-hander, although her stock delivery is the leg spinner. Another full pitch delivery, a full toss, flighted. Maybe just a bit too high for the liking of the bowler, but no, Wilson not able to take advantage of that. Wickets will try again. This one just pitching and spinning away from the batter Wilson outside of off stump. She got bat onto it, but can't force a single. This one, she's trying to hit it with the bat angled across the wicket, and she was lucky not to have maybe top edged that somewhere into the outfield. But it brings up the end of the over. 3 runs coming from the over. The Leeward Islands 5 without loss. Yeah. New over to be bowled by Devasia Brown. She's bringing Wilson quietly forward. So there's another game starting in just under 45 minutes. It will be between the 5th and 6th place teams after the 5 round-up matches. It will be between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Guyana finishing at the bottom of the standings with only just 1 point from a rain-affected match against Barbados. The Leeward Islands winning 2 of their 3 matches. And she cleans her up. Good delivery from Devasia Brown, full pitch, and there was Wilson put it tentatively forward, not getting to the pitch of delivery, and Brown striking for Jamaica in the 3rd over. A good delivery, very well lined, and beating Wilson, and the ball cannoning into the stumps. So Wilson goes back to the pavilion. The Leeward Islands 5 for 1 in the 3rd over. Jamaican players in a huddle, no doubt pleased to see that they have taken a wicket so far as we watch this delivery from Brown. Pitching and swinging into the right-hander Wilson and hitting probably middle and leg as Jakaisia Smitten comes to the crease to replace Wilson. And for this delivery, Smitten is playing it onto the onside. Picks out Ricketts at mid-on. So among the top performers in terms of batters, Emily Brathwaite, by virtue of her 135 against the Leewards, she's out there with the most runs, 163. Good defensive shot there by Smitten, followed by Samara Ramnath of Trinidad and Tobago. She's Trinidad and Tobago captain, 103. Zara Skerritt of the Leeward Islands, 101 runs, and Alia Weeks of the Leeward Islands, 87. So two Leeward Islands batters among the top 5 batters in this tournament. Wide signal by umpire Shekels. Most wickets. No surprise that Ramnath of Trinidad and Tobago, she's out front with 16 wickets. Harry Charan, her teammate, 11. Antoine of the Windward Islands, she has 8. Plummer of Jamaica, 8 as well. And Tyrrell of the Windward Islands, 7. Good. Well, for a moment I was saying that it looked to be a good shot, but she made no contact through to the wicketkeeper Green. End of over number 3 for the Leeward Islands. They're 6 for 1. So as we continue to look at the stats from the tournament, the best, while I was giving you the best individual scores, let me give you. So we had the most wickets. Jada Tyrrell of the Windward Islands, she had 7 wickets as well. More sixes, dead ball signal, Ebony Brandon of Barbados, 8, Alia Weeks, and Zara Blair, Alia Weeks of the Leeward Islands, Zara Blair of Jamaica, 1 each. And in terms of the best individual scores, Ebony Brandon of Barbados, 135, Samara Ramnath, 56 not out. Jada Tyrrell, Skerritt is looking to sweep. Ebony Brathwaite, I said Brandon, right? There's someone by that name in yes, Ebony Brathwaite, 135 not out. Samara Ramnath, 56. Jada Tyrrell, 40. Zara Skerritt, 37. And Alia Weeks, 31. Those are the highest individual scores. The best bowling figures, Ramnath, 443. Antoine, 444. Shanisha Thomas, 4 for 22. Brianna Plummer, 4 for 23. And Harry Charan, 3 for none. We'll repeat those as we continue the commentary throughout the day. Viewers and listeners are joining at different intervals. 2 runs to Zara Skerritt. So far she is on 3. And she is the 4th highest run scorer with 101 runs. Add another 3 to that, she's 104. So she has surpassed Ramnath as well as Tyrrell in this innings. Both Tyrrell and Ramnath will also have a chance to improve their individual scores later this morning or later today, based on the circumstances. At the end of 4, Leeward's 8 for 1. Brown continues. Good delivery. Yorker length as well. Maybe we can say also well played by Spitton. And she gets two runs. Good all round cricket there. Good fielding as well. Good throw to the wicket keeper. Brown making just a little slight adjustment to her field as she comes in again. And Smitten almost playing that one onto her stumps, but it goes down to fine leg where Spitting lucky there. Samara Hall fielding at fine leg. Both teams looking to end this tournament on a high with a victory, and also looking for third place in this at the end of the tournament. And this one is played expertly well. Good shot from Skerritt. She waited on it and then just pulling it down all along the ground between the backward of square and the long leg for 4 lovely looking runs. The Leeward Islands in onto 16 for 1. Good shot. Good execution. See the ball going over the ropes now. But that was a really good shot from Skerritt a while ago. Zara Skerritt, one of the players I will pencil in for that training, that 20-member training squad. She attends schools and plays cricket in England, up in Yorkshire. Beaten outside of the line of the off stump, and the ball coming in and off the pads of the wicketkeeper Green and going on to the stump. So I will pencil in Alia Weeks, the Leeward Islands captain, Zara Skerritt as well for that 20-member squad from the Leeward Islands. I'll give you my Jamaican picks as well. And this is cut away. Good shot from Skerritt. Another boundary for her. And how well she has been playing so far this morning. It was wide of off stump and it was short as well. And she was onto the back foot and cutting it away between point and short third man for 4. Good looking shot. And she's into double figure. She's on to 11. Let's have a look at it again. Onto the back foot outside of off stump and cutting it between point and third man, short third man for 4. Brown tries again. This delivery, Skerritt is angling it with the full face of the bat into the offside. That brings up the end of over number 5. 20 for 1. The Leeward Islands batting first after winning the toss. So, just want to make a correction that the first boundary shockwave by Skerritt was a waist high full toss, and it was called a no ball. And then the follow-up delivery was a free hit. She was actually bowled, but it was a free hit. And then the last ball of the over, which was a legitimate delivery, she was able to cut it to the boundary. So just want to make that correction to our viewers who might have picked that up. Ricketts continues for Jamaica. Played back along into the offside. Scarrett is on 11, Smitten on 3. Ricketts with a slip. And Smitten trying to go across the line there. Missing the ball. Captain buys that slip. Brown at the short. Third man. Plummer. Deep point. Guthrie. Short extra cover. As we look at the Jamaican field. There are two boundary riders, as Mali would say, on the onside. A deep mid wicket, a deep backward square, a mid on, a mid off. Scarrett comes in to strike. The strengthening of the offside field by the Jamaicans. This one is coming off the face of the bat. Probably Scarrett was looking to play it on the onside, taking a leading edge going into the offside. No alarms there. At the end of over number 6. End of the power play, Leeward Islands 21 for 1. Brown with her fourth and last over. She started the attack from the far end, the airport road end. That's on the northern side of the ground. Very busy bowler is Brown. Walks back to her mark, as we have been saying throughout the tournament all along. Very quickly. And sprints up to the wicket. Doesn't waste much time between deliveries. This delivery is a good one. Bringing Smitten defensively forward. Or forward defensively. This is a short delivery, but not taken advantage of by Smitten. She only picks out captain Adina Barr, who is in that squarish mid-wicket position. She has been patrolling that position for most of the tournament, especially when the fast bowlers are bowling from the northern end. So let's look at the offside field. A third man, a point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, square leg, backward square leg, and a long leg. That delivery from Brown is bouncing a little bit more than Spitton would have anticipated. She was struck somewhere around the chest area. That brings up the end of over number 7, the Leeward Islands 21 for 1. So Ricketts will continue. She too is going to be bowling out her full quarter 4 overs on the trot. Umpire Kareem Tate standing at the bowler's end. Donald Shekels at square leg. So far, it has been very good bowling by the Jamaicans. Ricketts, good delivery. She has only conceded 3 runs from her, or 6 runs from her 3 overs so far, 2 dot balls. Skerritt faces. Skerritt is respecting the delivery again. Quite proceedings of play. Ricketts not happy with her walk up to the wicket. She now goes into Skerritt. Skerritt is turning this one somewhat on a half volley because it was flighted, and she had to wait on the delivery Skerritt and just easing it into the onside for a single. Leeward's up to 22. The Leewards won't mind not scoring maybe at a brisk rate. The most important thing, they have wickets intact, and they would want to bat their full quarter of 20 overs. This delivery, she's out caught, trying to pull at the ball, turning away from her. Smitten getting a leading edge and straight into the hands of Captain Adina Barr at first slip, and Ricketts has struck for Jamaica. Smitten caught Barr, bowl Ricketts, and the Leeward Islands losing their second wicket at 22 in the 8th over. As she walks back to the pavilion, Smitten just getting a sympathetic pat in the back from Skerritt. But that shot was not what you want to play against the turning ball away from you. Looking to play across the line and taking a leading edge, and there was Captain Adina Barr in at slip to hold on to the offering of a catch straight into her lap. Smitten goes Leeward's 22 for 2. Still 1 ball to go in the 8th over. And out comes Captain Aliyah Weeks. Final delivery of her spell to be bowled now by Sashane Ricketts. 1 for 7. Will she end with another wicket? Weeks hitting this one high in the air. The fielder is trying to get under it. That was Guthrie, but it just fell over her head at mid-on, and a single to end the over. So Ricketts almost taking another wicket with her last delivery of this tournament. And luckily for Alia Weeks, the Leeward Islands captain, the ball skying in the air and just over the head of Guthrie at mid-on. At the end of over number 8, Leeward Islands 23 for 2. Nevia Webley will take up the attack from the northern end. Weeks, who is on 1 from 1 delivery, gets a delivery which did she get bat onto it? We'll wait to see if there's any signal from the umpire. It went down to fine leg, where Devasia Brown is fielding. Off the bat says, well, the umpire did indicate it was off the bat. The fact that he didn't signal means that there was some bat onto it. Skerritt comes in to strike. Skerritt is looking to drive, but not getting any timing onto that one. As she struck in front and given out like before. Don't think Skerritt can have any qualms with that one. She was hitting across, trying to hit across the line, missed the delivery completely, and then it kept low as well and struck in her on the back foot, right in front of middle and off. And umpire Donald Shekels had no hesitation in raising the index finger, the dreaded index finger, as they say. Leeward Islands losing their 3rd wicket. Zara Skerritt leg before wicket for 12 off the bowling of Nahiva Wibley. She strikes in her first over as we watch the replay coming up now. Skerritt ill-advisedly hitting across the line of that delivery and struck on the front foot dead in front of her stumps, and she looked sheepishly back at the umpire because she knew that the index finger of the umpire was going to go up. And she's back into the pavilion. Zara Skerritt getting only 12 to her name, but still finishing among the top run scorers in the tournament. She's second on the with 113 runs, just below Ebony Brathwaite of Barbados, 163 runs. Brathwaite, apart from that magnificent 135, has not scored much more. Apart from that, you take away 135 from 163, and you will see she has only scored, 28 more runs. So she will need to get she will be looking to get a big score if she can in the finals against Trinidad and Tobago. She made only 11 yesterday. Ebony Brathwaite, the senior West Indies women's player in the Barbados team, just 17 years of age. So she has a long way to go and a bright future. Webley down the onside as a new batter. Karinique Skeet. Got one going down the onside. Had a chat with the Leeward Islands coach, Pernell Watley, just before the start of the game. I think Watley is the assistant coach, and he was saying that some of the criticisms that has been leveled by pundits and coaches against the team have been a little bit above the top, not really understanding the situation. And there's a close call for a run out. Has she made a ground? I think that was a little bit suicidal in taking that single between Weeks and Skeet. Karinique Skeet and Aliyah Weeks. Just to me was a little bit too close to the fielder in Plummer in the gully. Skeet, the left-hander, just playing it in short of the gully fielder or the point fielder and taking off for a single. Weeks backing up and eventually backing up well because the throw was dead over the stumps and she just made her crease. This delivery from Webley is hitting back down the ground by Weeks, all along the ground. She gets a single. Good shot from Weeks there. So I'm saying that the Leeward Islands assistant coach Pernell Watley believes that the pundits and some of coaches are not analyzing what is going on with the Leeward Islands women's program. He was indicating that the under-19 women last season made the finals for the last two tournaments. This one down the onside, another run for the Leeward Islands. And Watley's point was, as the players get older, they become unavailable because they overage, and you have to rebuild at some stage. And he's reckoning that having won 2 matches in this tournament in a rebuilding process and getting to the third place game is an achievement in itself. So that brings up the end of over number 9. The Leeward Islands 28 for 3. The batters out so far: Scarrett for 12, Wilson for 4, Smitten for 4. Weeks is not out on 3. Skeet is not out on 1. Plummer will replace Ricketts from the southern end of the ground, the commentary box end area. Left armer Plummer. Dead on target first delivery. Hit in the air, but safely in the end. A chance of a run out. Good throw back to the bowler. But Weeks is quickly making up the grounds to get into her crease. Tiandra Morgan, who was the fielder, throwing back to the bowler Plummer. Actually, it was Webley. So the left-hander Skeet comes into strike, and quite obviously there's some field adjustments for the Jamaicans. Samara Hall is going into a backward square position. Webley has moved to mid-off. Plummer, short delivery, and turning away from the left-handed Skeet, and she was able just to play it with a dead bat, and they scrambled through for a quick single. Weeks, the captain, favoring her left thigh. Maybe the exertion of the sprinting between the wickets has taken a bit of toll on her thigh. She settles into her batting stance, and she's trying to get bat onto a delivery wide of off stump. 2 deliveries to go, indicated by umpire Kareem Tate. Weeks is defending. We're just about 1 delivery away from the middle of the innings and the drinks break. Weeks facing the last delivery of the second over, ball by Plummer, wide of off stump, a signal wide by umpire Tate. So we have umpire Kareem Tate, Donald Shekels, and doing the duties, while Melissa Laurie is the third umpire here over at Liberta. We'll give you the umpires over there. And Weeks is striking this one. Good shot from her, stepping out and driving. Lovely for 4. Oh, what a way to end this over for the Leeward Islands. Captain Aaliyah Weeks stepping out and driving all along the ground for 4. At the end of over number 10, the Leeward Islands batting first after winning the toss, 35 for 3. So we're resuming after the mandatory drinks break after 10 overs. Wembley will continue for Jamaica. It's the third place game of the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19 Championship match between the Leeward Islands, who won the toss and elected to bat 35 for 3 against Jamaica at the Kurdish Cricket Ground in Antigua. Wembley has so far taken 1 for 5. And this is a delivery that is bringing the left-hander Karenik Skeet forward. So I go back to the point that was being made by the Leeward Islands coach, Pernell Watley. He too was saying that they had limited time, himself and the head coach Percy Daniel. Just about 6 days they had to prepare this Leeward Islands team. There is no competition of any sort in the Leeward Islands, not even in the respective territories. And these girls were just recommended by maybe talent scouts in the respective islands. And then they got in Antigua for 6 days before the tournament started. And he reckons winning 2 matches and now playing a third place game is an achievement in itself. Short delivery and pulled away. Is she out caught? Was it dropped? My vision was a little bit obscured by one of those columns in front of me. We'll see it on the replay. But it was in the air and it was very close to the fielder at short mid wicket. So Skeet maybe just dropping in front of the fielder there. Would love to see it again. Maybe Weeks comes into strike and Wembley. This delivery, she's looking to go across the line and hit, but probably got bat onto it as well. Umpire Shekels, who is a school teacher as well. He teaches accounting and principles of business at the Antigua Girls High School here in Antigua. Well, if it's the Antigua Girls High School, it can only be in Antigua. Understand, third umpire Melissa Laurie too is a teacher as well. There's a little halt in play because Weeks is adjusting her gloves as she gets ready to face Wembley. This is down the onside and will be signaled wide by umpire Skeet. Shekels. Skeet is at the non-strikers end. She's on 3. Weeks is on 8. So I have selected my squad of 20 for the camp. I'll give it to you maybe at the break of the innings. This is a good shot from Weeks, hitting it flat along the ground, driving. Field changes over for the left-hander in Skeet. Field adjustments have been made, and I think Weeks too is having a little issue with her helmet. Umpire Shekels is supervising whatever adjustment she's making. Skeets is waiting for her partner to be ready before she goes into her stance. And she's now settled. Waits for Webley. She's just playing it with a angled bat into the offside. Brings up the end of over number 11. The Leeward Islands 38 for 3. They really have to start to think about getting some runs on the board, because this run rate and score is not going to be troubling the Jamaican batters if it remains this way toward the end of the innings. They're only 38 for 3. Just about 4 runs and over. 3.45. I know some of the coaches around Antigua have been critical of the performance of the Leeward Islands team, and many think that the, the players are not given a chance to perform to the optimum because there's no preparation, there's no coaching at the grassroots or even community levels. There's one particular article in the local press by a coach who said that the players are being embarrassed. Oh, that's a brilliant throw from the deep. Karenique Skeet has to go. That was brilliant there. Nahiva Webley, she was on the boundary, and the throw to the bowler's end struck the stump directly, and Karenique Weeks was well short of her grounds. That was brilliant cricket, outfield cricket there by the Jamaican fielder, Nahiva Webley, in the brilliant pickup, brilliant throw, breaking the stumps directly from the throw, and Skeet turning for a second run was very short of the ground. Look at it. Bullseye. That's the kind of effort you need in the field from your fielders. And I just believe that on the strength of that throw from Webley and her performance with the ball, she should be penciled in as one of the players for this expanded 2-week camp after the tournament. Starts tomorrow. Today's the 15th. So it starts tomorrow, actually, the 16th to the 30th. The camp is in Antigua. Hitting down the ground is Weeks, gets a single. Oh, the ball hit high in the air over the bowler's head safely. And Guthrie just coming around to her left to retrieve. The new batter will be Leanga Warner. Plummer the bowler. She's just looking to play that one into the onside. Maybe averting being run out as well because the ball struck her body. Had that hit directly, it would have been a decision to be made by umpire Shackles, who is at square leg. The first delivery from Plummer's over is saying a wicket, but I think there should be a notation to say it was a run out. It was not actually her wicket. It was more a brilliant throw from Nahiva Webley that struck the stumps, finding the batter for the Leeward Islands Skeet short of her grounds. This was down the onside, going through the legs of wicketkeeper Nakoya Green, and 2 wides signaled by umpire Kareem Tate. Two runs to the Leeward Islands total 43 for 4. Warner waits for some adjustments to be made by wicketkeeper Green to the field. She's asking Devasia Brown to move from short third man to a squarish fine leg. She's dabbing that one into the offside. Not really a fine leg, but more of a straightish short third man. Plummer with the last delivery of her second over. Played quietly into the offside. And at the end of over number 12, the Leeward Islands 43 for 4. Their first target, the Leeward Islands, will be to get to 50. And then hopefully they can gather another, 20, 30 runs. Anything above 80 should be a good target to defend. But they really need to get a move on this in their innings. The scoring rate has not advanced beyond 4 point over. It's just about 3.58 now. There's going to be a bowling change at the northern end. The captain, Adina Ba, is coming on. She too has been among the wickets in this tournament. Let's see if she's among the top 5. Most wickets in the most wickets columns is Ramnat of Trinidad with 16, Harry Charan 11, Antoine of the Windward Islands 8, Plummer of Jamaica 8, and Tyrrell of the Windward Islands 7. Has Plummer taken a wicket so far today? We'll check the scoreboard to see. Ishihashi would be adding 1 to her tally of wickets. She has none for 12 from 2 overs. The wicket takers being Webley, Ricketts, and Brown. This one is swept away. Good shot from the captain, Weeks. 4 good-looking runs. Barr probably over pitching on that occasion. Her first delivery, somewhat of a loosener, and swept away nicely by Eldia Weeks. She moves on to 15. The Leeward Islands 47 for 4. Good shot. So, slight adjustment made to the field. The deep backward square has come a little bit straighter to her right. And this delivery, Weeks is tugging this one down to mid-wicket. She'll get a single. Maybe she'll get an extra run because there's a misfield. Shamawa Hall misfielding there on the mid-wicket boundary. So 2 runs to Weeks. An extra welcome run for the Leeward Islands total. They're nearing their first target of 50. They're 49 for 4. Weeks will need to steady until the end to maybe take the score up to 80 or more. Barr. This delivery is better line. First 2 deliveries were angling down the onside and taken advantage of by Weeks. She got 4 from the first one, 2 from the second. This one's just on or about off stump. The last delivery there from Barr, the niece of the former West Indies wicket batsman Carlton Barr, who is an assistant coach here. This one is signal wide. They're going for a single. That was not advised at all. Had the wicketkeeper hit the stumps directly, that would have spelled the end of Leanga Warner. Both batsmen or both batters were stranded midway down the pitch. And luckily for them, and the throw to the strikers end didn't hit the stumps. So wide and a single. 2 runs. So Leeward pass into the 50-51, make this 52 because they get in another single as Webley comes across to her left to field. All along I keep saying Webley, Hall, Barr, Guthrie always has a slight resemblance about them. This is a full toss hit, swatted away by Weeks. She will only take a single because she seems to be a little bit incapacitated in running. She's not chancing the second one at all. It's more important for her to stay there at the wicket than trying to force a second run. This is a good over for the Leeward Islands. A shot for a catch at the wicket, and yes, Warner has to go, trying to force it into the offside, taking an inside edge through to the wicketkeeper. Warner goes for 1 at the end of over number 13, the Leeward Islands, 53 for 5. Just as I was saying, it was a good over and hope they can end it on a high. Bosch striking for her team. Warner caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Green off the bowling of ball for 1. So the new batter is Sequina Dasent. I think she has had a good tournament for the Leeward Islands as well, especially with the ball. But her first task in this game is to stay at the crease with her captain Alia Weeks and give her as much support as possible. Clubber will continue from the southern end of the ground where we're commentating from. 7 overs to go in the Leeward Islands innings, 53 for 5. Plummer with the third over, none for 12 from 2. And Weeks is stroking this one up to wideish mid wicket. Do a run. She goes on the with an aggressive shot. The chance of a run out, and yes, she's just short of a crease. And that was again a direct throw, hitting the stumps before Weeks could get to her to make her ground. Don't think it was advised on that occasion. She almost played into the hands of the Jamaican fielder. And there she was driving powerfully down the ground. The previous shot was not struck as powerfully as this one. She declined the single, and this one was, although it was traveling, the fielder picked up keenly and hitting the stumps directly at the non-strikers end to end the innings of Weeks for 18. This is her tugging this one from outside of the off stump. And the direct throw beating weeks before she made her ground. Nahiva Wibley again, showing her prowess in the field. And if for anything at all, those two runouts from Webley, the one from long leg and this one from a straightish mid wicket, indicates to me that she's a cricketer for the future. She has been bowling well, she has been fielding well, and you want players like her in a 20 over team, in my view. Leeward Islands declining to 53 for 6. Now the captain has gone. Who is going to take up the responsibility to score for the Leeward Islands? They need to get at least 80, from my reckoning, to stand a chance of winning this third place game between them and Jamaica. Aricia Lewis is the non-striker. She came after the batters would have crossed, but Adia Weeks being run out. Sequinia Dascent is the batter. Plummer the bowler. She's getting a tick outside edge. She's sending back her partner in Weeks. Some indifferent running between the wickets by the Leeward Islands batters. When Zara Skite was there, she was running well with her partner or partners, but two runouts really undermining the Leeward Islands innings, and two good throws hitting the stumps directly by Nevia Wibley, that brings up the end. A single brings up the end of over number 14, the Leeward Islands 54 for 6. There seems to be a little bit of confusion as to who is going to be bowling this over for Jamaica. What's going on? Samara Hall was given the ball, and she seems to have been taking an age to get to her bowling mark. And then Captain Adinabot decided, look, I'm going to take the ball. I'm going to bowl at my second over. I hope I'm not reading it correctly, because that's what it appears to be. Her first delivery of her second over is down the onside. Bar. This delivery hitting the player between wicket and wicket, but maybe she got an edge onto it because she was looking to play it away through mid wicket. First delivery was a wide, the second one a dot ball by Bar, the captain of Jamaica. Floats that one up on the off stump, and very wide of off stump. Wide signal again, second wide of the over. If it's one criticism you can say of the bowlers in this tournament, they're bowled too many wides, either down the onside or wide of off stump. There should be a single if they decide to go for it. a slight misfield in the outfield. They will come for a second run. Hall coming around to her right at squish mid wicket, stumbling in the process and might have hurt herself as well. She didn't feel keenly. And the second one, all the Jamaican players now are making their way over to Shamara Hall, the one of the substitute in the green bib is coming on to give us some water. Umpire Shekels is asking for the physio to come onto the field as well. That's the Leeward Islands physio. There's also a designated physio from Cricket West Indies who's going on as well. And the Jamaican manager, she too is coming onto the field. So there's a serious cause for concern. Will we see the EMS team, the EMS medics on the ground as well? She seems to have pulled a muscle based on the extended leg that the physio is working on. The Jamaican manager and coming on also, well, this is the Leeward Islands substitute fielder. She's bringing some refreshments for her teammates. But the cause of concern is in the middle of the field. And Samara Hall probably straining a hamstring muscle as she went to feel that ball that was played into the onside. Couldn't gather it keenly, and the batsman took the opportunity, or the batters took the opportunity to take a second run. And after the run was completed, she stayed on the ground. The umpire went to have a look. They called on the physio, one from the Leeward Islands, one from Cricket West Indies, and also the Jamaican manager coming onto the field as well. Most of these teams didn't travel with their own physiotherapist because the tournament being played in Antigua and Cricket West Indies would have had a number of physiotherapists based here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They were the ones who were called upon to do the duties. So with the treatment extending or going on for an extended period of time, and the Leeward Islands 58 for 6, we'll take a break and come right back. Well, after some extended treatment on the field of play, Samara Hall Although she's favoring her left thigh, she seems to be okay. She's still on the field of play. She's going to that deep mid wicket field on the ropes. She's one of the boundary riders, as Maddie would say, Maddie Richards. He described those fielders on the boundary riders. I told him he should pattern that term. I'm only using it just to give you an idea of where Hall is after that extended treatment for a strained muscle, probably in hamstring. Can't be too certain, but I know at least 2 physios went on to give a treatment, one from the Leeward Islands and one from Cricket West Indies. Ball continues over, and Weeks is hitting this one down the ground in the air. And can she make her ground before the stumps are broken? That's his descent. Weeks is already back into the pavilion, but both Weeks and Descent are almost a look-alike in terms of their physique and their height. Ball will continue. Last ball of her, or second to last ball of her second over. Leeward's continue to inch up to what I would consider a target that they hopefully could defend of 80. They're 59. But they've lost 6 wickets in the process and the overs are running out. This is swatted into the onside by Oricia Lewis. Brings up the end of the over. Leeward Islands after 15, 59 for 6. That's the third delivery of this over, being bowled by Plummer. 3 dot balls. The Leeward Islands batters, Descent and Lewis, they have to find a way to get the 1s and the 2s. Well, this is a good shot into the mid-wicket region, a single. Takes the score up to 60. Left armer Plummer, one of the better bowlers in this tournament. Lewis, not yet to score, hitting that one back straight to the bowler. Lewis will want to get some runs off this last ball. She's going to be run out. She's not back quickly and she's out. Run out, backing up a bit too far and then sent back by Descent, unable to make her ground. The throw was accurate to the wicketkeeper, and Leeward Islands losing their 3rd wicket to the run-out route. They're now 60 for 7. So Webley is coming back into the attack, replacing her captain Barr from the far end. She has so far taken 1 for 8 off 2 overs. She starts at third. The center is hammering this one back to the border. Not much power and timing. Leeward's just losing a wicket off the last ball of the previous over. Through the run out route, the third run out. This one is wide of the off stump. Not wide enough to be called a wide. So the Leeward's inning so far. Skerritt, like before, wicket to Webley for 12. Wilson, bowled Brown for 4. Smitten, caught Barr, bowled wickets for 4. Weeks, run out for 18. We break for this delivery. This is tugged away. They will get at least one. Will they chance a second one? But they won't. So Weeks run out for 18. Skeet run out for 3. Leanger Warner caught Green, the wicketkeeper, off Barr for 1. Dasent not out, 5. Lewis run out for no score. Leeward Islands now 61 for 7. Can this 8-wicket pair bat the remaining overs or the remaining balls? Not only in this over, but the next 18 after this one. Bahuja is the batter, giving herself some room to play an unorthodox shot. Going through to the wicketkeeper. Bahuja faces Webley. She's just angling it into the offside. So you can say that the Jamaicans has been on top from ball 1. This one is pulled away for a single. Guthrie, the fielder, a deep backward square. At the end of it, over number 17, the Leeward Islands, 62 for 7. The Jamaican captain Barr has actually switched ends. She is now going to take up the attack from the southern end of the ground. She had previously bowled her previous 2 deliveries from the northern end. This one is hit in the air. There's a chance of a catch, but it plays between the 2 fielders, and they will get a single. There was a chance of a second run because I think it was Samara Hall on the second or third attempt. She made to feel that ball that was hitting to the onside, just between point and cover. Remember, Hall took a tumble in the field, and she got up favoring her left hamstring, hit in the air, the chance for a catch, and it's taken. That was a good catch there. She was running to her right, and the ball was dropping in front of her or to her right, and she was able just to put out both hands and the ball stuck into them, and a good catch taken by Tianda Morgan. We'll see it again. The ball with a third wicket. There's Morgan going across, almost falling just before she actually break the fall. And good catch, good judgment, and clinging on to it. So the 8th wicket for the Leeward Islands going down, and they own the 63 runs on the board. Some good catching by the Jamaicans. Good outfield cricket on some occasions as well. They have affected 3 run-outs. Ketona Skeppel walks to the crease for the Leeward Islands. Not much depth and strength in the Leeward Islands batting through the tournament, with the exception maybe of the top 5, Skerritt, Wilson, Smitten, Weeks, and Skeet. Not much to shout about in the Leeward Islands batting. Ball with the impressive figures so far of 3 wickets for 2 runs. Can't ask for better than that. Skeppel is getting baton to ball, but going straight to short mid-wicket. This one is keeping low, and she's able to get it through through square leg for a single. Off the mark is Keppel. Score goes up to 63 for 8, the Leeward Islands. Wide delivered there by Baugh. Another dot ball to end the over. Leeward Islands 65 for 8 with 2 to go. Webley will continue. She's going to bowl her 4th and last over, 1 for 10 so far. Skeppel hitting this one in the air over the infield fielders inside the 30-yard circles. They will only take 1. They're not chancing a second at all after 3 run-outs in the Leeward Islands innings. Who will blame them? I think the game over at Liberty would have already started about half an hour ago, just over half an hour ago. Bahujra playing defensively. Let's see if we can tell you what's happening over at Ball Beef. It's the Windward Islands against Guyana. Guyana 32 for 1. Or 5 overs, so they're going at a rate of knots. So Winner Islands winning the toss and elected to field first. Guyana 32 for 1, losing the wicket of Ali Henry for 9. Jada Fraser is there on 16, along with Samaru, yet to score. That's the player for 5th and 6th places. Guyana scoring at just over 6 runs and over. So good going by them against the Windwards. Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Leeward Islands 66 for 8. This is the 19th over. I don't think they will get up to 80. They might even struggle to get to 70. Only 1 run from 5 deliveries in this over, being bowled by Webley. Can they get 14 runs of the last 7 balls of their innings, the Leeward Islands? No contact there from Bahuja. And that brings up the end of the 19th over. 1 to go. Leeward Islands 66 for 8. Boy is going to be bowling the last over of the Leeward Islands innings. She has so far taken 2 for 18 from 3. Leeward Islands 66 for 8. Skeppel is the batter. Will they look for a single? Why not? It was hit down to long on. And the fielder had to come off the long on boundary and come into the 30-yard circle to field. Guthrie. Why are they taking the single? Skeppel is hitting this one, this time a little bit squarer, but only picking out Webley. And on that occasion, they were thinking about the single. Can't understand what's going on with the Leeward Islands. Batter, Skeppel, and Bahuja. This one, she doesn't get bat onto it. So 3 dot balls and we're in the last over. What's happening out there? You got to be looking for every possible single and also getting bat onto ball. But let's not be too critical of Skeppel because she was only drafted into this Leeward Island squad and this 11 at the last moment. They should be looking for the single there. There is going to be a run out, and she gets back. Did she get back in time? She did. But what is going on? There's absolutely no communication between both batters, Skeppel and Bahuja. That ball was played on the onside. There was enough time for them to take a single because the wicketkeeper had to go from behind the stumps to square leg to retrieve it. And by the time they made up their mind to go for a single, wicketkeeper Green had already gathered the ball and she was almost aiming for the return. But luckily for Skeppel, she was able to get back. 4 dot balls of the last over. What will she do with the last 2 deliveries? A full toss, she hits it away, but will only get a single down to deep mid-wicket. That won't help the Leeward's cause in this situation. They needed at least 2 boundaries in this over to get past 70. 67 for 8, the final delivery of the innings. A short delivery, keeping low, and signal a no ball by the umpire. A front foot no ball, is it? A free hit. So, can Bahuja get at least 2 from this last delivery? Or the ball bouncing twice, not a front foot no ball. In the air, over the head of the wicketkeeper, they will get at least 1. And by the time the throw-in was made, they were just completing the run. So at the end of the innings, Leeward Islands 69 for 8 off 20, and Jamaica will have 70 to win. And we'll run down the Leeward Islands scorecard, but I don't think they have enough runs on the board to restrict this Jamaican batting. So the Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to take first strike. Skerritt, leg before Webley for 12. Wilson, bowl Davija Brown for 4. Smitten, caught bar ball wickets for 4. Weeks run out for 18. 18 balls, 2 fours. Skerritt also got 2 fours in a 12. Skeet run out by Webley for 3. Warner caught wicketkeeper Green bowl ball for 1. Dascent caught Morgan bowl ball for 6. Lewis run out for no score. Bahuja not out 3. Skeppel not out 3. The Leeward Islands with 15 extras, 13 wides, 2 no balls, 69 for 8. Fall of wickets, 1 for 5 Wilson, 2 for 22 Smitten, 3 for 24 Skerritt, 4 for 39 Skeet, 5 for 53 Warner, 6 for 53 Weeks, 7 for 60 Weeks, and the 8th wicket going down at 63, Dascent. The bowling for Jamaica, Davija Brown, 4-1-15-1, economy rate of 3.75, 1 no ball, 1 wide. Shashane wickets, 4-0-8-1, economy rate of 2, no wides, no balls. Navia Webley, 4-0-11-1, economy rate of 2.75, 3 wides, no balls. Brenna Plummer, 4-0-14-0, economy rate of 3.5, no balls, 2 wides, and a Dinah Ball, 4 overs, 4 maidens, 21 runs, 2 wicket, an economy rate of 5.25, and she delivered, yes, she delivered 1 no ball and 4 wide. So Leeward 69 for 8 of the 20 overs. Jamaica will have 70 to win this third place game here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the break of the innings, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time. Welcome back to the coolest cricket ground in Antigua for the start of the Jamaica reply to the Leeward Islands total of 69 for 8 of the 20 overs in the third place game in the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19 Championship match. And the Jamaicans will have 70 to win. Tiandra Morgan, who is going to be facing the first ball, and Ashanti Godfrey, the openers for Jamaica's. Alia Weeks, the Leeward Islands captain, is opening the bowling for the Leeward Islands. So here's the first delivery. Signal wide. Jamaica off the mark. So the Leeward Islands being bowled out for 69. Skerritt made 12. Wilson 4. Smitten 4. Weeks 18, the top scorer. Skeet 3. Warner 1. Dasent 6. Lewis, no score. Bahuja 3. Skeppel 3. Extras 15. 69 for 8, the Leeward Islands. Delivery, much better line delivery. Just wide of, just a little bit outside of off stump. The Jamaican bowling. Devasia Brown 1 for 15. Shashane Wickets 1 for 8. Webley 1 for 11. Plummer none for 14. And Barr 2 for 21. Leeward Islands innings being undermined by 3 needless runouts. This delivery is beating the batter, but there's a chance of a run out here. And where was Godfrey going a while ago? The ball went past the bat of Morgan, past the wicketkeeper. She was Godfrey hustling down the track for a non-existent single, and luckily for her, she got back to her crease just in time. Morgan was definitely on move at this striker's end. This time she's angling this one into the onside. A poor bit of fielding. They will get at least 2 because the ball went through the legs of the point fielder, and 2 runs to the Jamaican total, taking it up to 3 without loss in the first over. With Noel Louise Brown, the overseas base player in the Leeward Islands team, or the England base player in the Leeward Islands team. The Leeward Islands bowling is a bowler short in my estimation. Was trying to get an idea why she's not in the team, but just hadn't had the time to get confirmation from the Leeward Islands camp. Weeks with her 5th delivery. This is a good one, bringing Morgan defensively forward. Weeks again. And good defensive bat there by Morgan. So I was saying that I have my squad, my 20-member squad for training for the West Indies Under 19 team. And I'm going to call it based on the players from the teams. So for the Leeward Islands, I'm picking Captain Alia Weeks and Zara Skerritt. From Jamaica, I have Brianna Plummer, Navia Webley, Shashane Ricketts, Adina Barr, and Devasia Brown. I have a question mark over Nicoya Green, the wicketkeeper. From the Windward Islands, I'm going for Keela George, Gator Small, Devona Tyson, and Jada Tyrrell. From Barbados, I have Ebony Bratwitt, Zanaya Bruce, and Tiana Herbert Mears. And from Trinidad and Tobago, Chrissy Amar Singh, Jessica Davis, Brianna Haricharan, Shiraya Jairan, Jana Mohammed, the wicketkeeper, Samara Ramnath, the captain, and Amarita Ramtahal. So that's my squad of 21 players. You, the listeners or the viewers, you can interact with us on our live chat and tell me what you think of my 21 players. I guess later on in the day we'll have other commentators giving their squads. Maybe we should do a link up with, well, not necessarily a live link up, but we could also find out from the commentators over in Ball Beef in Liberta, Mr. Murray and Dave Joseph, what their squads look like. So the second over is in progress. That's sent down the onside. It will signal wide momentarily by umpire Donald Shekels. Yes, he does so now. So another two runs to the Windies Islands to the Jamaican total because the wide as well as the single. 2 runs to the total. They don't always have to come from the bat at all. So I'll run down my squad again at the end of this over. Being bowled by Dasent. Short delivery and turned away by Morgan. She gets a single. So the field, a third man, short third man, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square, third mid wicket on the boundary on a short fine leg. Can the Leeward Islands get a early wicket or two to peg back the Jamaican innings? Guthrie is coming into strike. She's not yet off the mark, only faced 2 deliveries. Morgan is 2 from 7. Dasent. That one is just on about off stump and holding its own, going through to the wicketkeeper, keeping a bit low as well. So as I said, Aliyah Weeks and Zara Skerritt will be my 2 players from the Leeward Islands. Maybe Dasent and Wilson could be in the argument as well. This delivery is cutting into the batter, Guthrie. She was across her stumps and turned it into the onside, gets a single. Jamaica 7 without loss. And Descent with the last ball of the second over, outside of off stump and drilling through the covers. This will run not too close to the boundary, but just about 3/4 of the way. And the fielder coming around to her right and sends the throw in. 2 runs to the win to the Jamaican total at the end of 2. Jamaica 9 without loss. So Weeks and Skerritt from the Leeward Islands, Brianna Plummer, Nevia Webley, Shashane Ricketts, Adina Baugh, Devasia Brown, and a question mark for Nicoya Green from Jamaica, Keela George, Gator Small, Devona Tyson, and Jada Tyrrell from the Windward Islands, Ebony Brathwaite, Zanaya Bruce, and Tiana Herbert Mays from Barbados, and from Trinidad and Tobago, Chrissy Amara Singh, Jessica Davis, Brianna Haricharan, Sharaya Jairan, Jana Mohammed, Samara Ramnat, and Amrita Ramtal from Trinidad and Tobago. My selection for the squad of 20 who will be selected following this tournament for a 2-week training camp starting tomorrow right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua, coming out of the players coming out of the CWI Under 19 Rising Stars Women's Tournament. If you're listening or you're viewing and you want to interact with us on our live feed, please do so. At the end of the match, I will speak to my fellow commentators over in Liberta to get their picks This one down the onside, wide signal by the umpire. Weeks, second ball of her second over. Jamaica 11 now for without loss. They just need 7 to win. Good delivery from Weeks, and she gets the wicket leg before. That one was pitched up on middle and off, and there was Morgan being struck in front, and umpire Kareem Tate ruling that one would have gone on to hit the stump. So the Leeward Islands are struck in the third over. Morgan leg before wicket 2 weeks, and the Leeward Islands have their first wicket. Jamaica 11 for 1 in the third over. So that was a good delivery from Weeks, and no doubt underlining why she's one of my selectees for the squad of 20 to begin preparation for the Under-19 Women's World Cup next year, next February in Bangladesh. That training camp for the West Indies Under-19 Women's starting tomorrow, right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Let's watch. Are we going to get the replay? Weeks is ready to bowl to Samara Hall, the new batter for Jamaica. Morgan going leg before. Hall faces Weeks, and she's getting bat onto that one. Is she? Yes, she does. Had she not, that she would have been also candidate for leg before. Weeks tries again for the Leeward Islands. She's the captain. Oh, there goes our super fan, is she? Elaine Turner. Is that her? Looks to be her. Just under the camera gantry. In the meantime, Guthrie is telling us that she's quick behind between the wickets, but sometimes unnecessarily so. Hall not interested in the single, and Guthrie was more than 3/4 of the way down the track and sent back by Hall. Luckily, she got back there. Another dot ball delivered by Weeks. This one down the onside, wide again, signaled by umpire Tate. Down the onside again, and another wide. Good stop by wicketkeeper Scarrett. So Hall still not yet off the mark. Good delivery this time from Weeks, and feeling well off her own bowling. That brings up the end of over number 3. Jamaica 13 for 1. So let's look at the dismissal of Morgan. Seems to have maybe struck outside the line of the leg stump. Maybe want to look at it again. Maybe following this delivery from Dascent. If she was hit on the front foot, it was clearly outside the line of the leg stump for me. If it was on the back foot, she seems to be adjacent. But we want to have another look. Guthrie facing the bowling of Dascent. She's very quick between the wickets, but sometimes her youthful exuberance can get the better of her. Outside of off stump, and she's punching this one away. They will get too comfortably. They might think of the third because Guthrie is always on the move. But 2 good runs to Ashanti Guthrie. She's on to 3. Having lost her opening partner, Tianja Morgan, leg before wicket 2 weeks for 4. Let's see if we can tell her what is happening over at Ball Beef in Liberta. And she's out leg before wicket. Guthrie going across the line, struck on the back foot. Good delivery from Dascent. Keeping a bit low as well. So the Leewards have taken their second wicket. Guthrie goes leg before wicket to Dascent for 3. Jamaica 15 for 2 in the 4th over. While we wait for the replay to come up, Guyana 53 for 2 after 10 overs. This is the replay for the Guthrie wicket. And she struck plumb on the back foot, right in front, off, middle, and leg. No doubt whatsoever. Keeping low as well. It would have hit the middle of either stumps, either the middle and off, or even leg. No doubt about that one. So Leewards, can they hold their own in this game? So at the midway stage of the innings for the Guyanese. They're 54 for 2 against the Windward Islands over in Liberta. It's the player for 5th and 6th place. 1 wicket each for Woods and Small. The new batter, Samira Smelly, unable to score yet. Smelly playing what I think is a second game of the tournament. Dascent, the bowler. Smelly gets this one through the offside between cover and extra cover. They will get a second run because the ball was not fielded keenly on the first attempt. The fielder stopping it with her right boot and preventing the opportunity for the second run. So after 4, Jamaica 17 for 2. So there's a bowling change for the Leeward Islands at the southern end of the ground. Leanga Warner, the left armer, she's replaced her captain, who was bowled 2 overs so far. Alia Weeks, the Leeward Islands captain, taking a wicket in her second over. Weeks 1 for 7 from 2. Dasent 1 for 7 as well from 2 overs. Warner with her first delivery driven back down to mid-off. Warner coming from around the wicket. Good delivery beating the bat of Samara Hall. Hall and Smelly, 2 relatively new batters for Jamaica at the crease after the dismissal of the openers, Guthrie and Morgan. Hall has opted now to go for a middle stump guard. She was probably maybe using a leg stump guard for the previous 2 deliveries, realizing that the natural left arm swinging the ball away. She wants to get closer to the deliveries. This one is on the middle and leg stump, and she gets that one down the ground for 4. 4 good-looking runs to Samara Hall. It was a half volley, and she got it on the half volley and over the head and away from the mid-on fielder down to the boundary for 4. She's driving deliberately in the air away from Weeks down to the boundary for 4. So 4 good-looking welcome runs for the Jamaican total, moves it up to 21 for 2. This is the 5th over. This one is down the onside. Umpire Tate says it's in the slot, so no need for him to signal a wide. Warner will try again. In the air, is the catch going to be taken? Yes, it is. Good catch there by the Captain Weeks. She had to run about 10 yards in from where she was fielding, and the ball was dropping onto her, and she dived forward and took the catch. Well judged, well held by Captain Weeks. So Jamaica's lost their 3rd wicket. They are 21 for 3. We'll see that one on the replay momentarily, because there was Warner attacking the leg stump of Hall, and there we saw Weeks diving forward and taking that 1 inches from the ground. And you can only say that based on what you have seen from her with the bat this morning, with the ball and that catch, she's certainly one of the players for the future for West Indies cricket, and strengthened my case for her to be included in the 20s, the squad of 20 to be selected after the tournament, which will be announced at the presentation ceremony, I presume, for the camp starting tomorrow, ahead of preparation, or in preparation for the Under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh next February. Warner will be looking for another wicket. This one, the new batter in Shane Ricketts getting bat onto it and just playing it quietly into the offside, brings up the end of a successful over. Jamaica, after 5 overs, still in the power play, 21 for 3. Ascent will continue from the far end. This will be her third over. 1 for 9 from 2 so far. I don't think the captain Weeks can afford to wait until the end of the Jamaican innings to bowl her last 2 overs. She has to find a way to come back into the attack, especially with Dascent bowling her third over. Warner has not done too badly. Thus, she has the support cast in terms of the other bowlers in the Leeward Islands team. She's without Louis George, who had bowled well through the tournament. Who can she depend on? Two dot deliveries from Dascent so far. Let's look at the Leeward scorecard from the game yesterday. Get it momentarily. Smelly's not ready to face. She managed to keep that one from hitting her pad or the stumps. So the Leewards played Ghana yesterday. Let's look at their bowling. Weeks had 2 for 11 from 4. Warner none for 29 from 4. Pretty expensive. 7 runs and over. This one looking to turn around the corner. Wide signal and the scamper throws for a single. A direct hit might have been interesting. Smitten 1 for 17 from 4. Dascent 3 for 16 from her 4. Baruja 3 for 9 from 3. Excellent figures there. And Skeppel 1 over for 5 runs. So Baruja, Smitten, and Skeppel, and Skeet, sorry. Baruja, Skeet, and Smitten are the other bowlers that Captain Alia Weeks would want to turn to. But it's Dascent who is bowling their third. Jamaica 23 for 3. This is the last over of the power play. And there's a shot for a leg before wicket. There's a chance of a run out, but not fielded keenly in the first attempt by the fielder. She got it on the third attempt. By that time, Smelly was back into her crease. Guyana 73 for 3 against the Windward Islands over in Liberta. Delivery wide of off stump, signal wide. Sending a message to Asha Murray, who I think is over at Liberta, as well as Dave Joseph, to give me their squad of 20. Wide of off stump. They're appealing for a caught at the wicket. Umpire Shekel shakes his head in disapproval. Driving down the ground is Ricketts. No power, no timing. End of over number 6. Jamaica 24 for 3. here from someone who has been watching the cricket and following our commentary. WhatsApp is saying we used to have activity period in schools, in sports in Antigua. When she was at a particular school, she said, but 7 years of her time would have been wasted because nothing was happening, or nothing happened after that. The coaches stopped coming, and the principals were not in favor of the activity periods when they had sports. Very interesting comments made by that WhatsApp. Let me read it again. I'm paraphrasing to some extent. The WhatsApp is saying we used to have activity periods in schools in sports. When she was at a particular school, I'm deliberately not calling the name of the school, they used to have it. But 7 years of her time, after 7 years, it was stopped. The coaches were coming, but the principals were not in favor of the time span it takes. So that could be the bone of contention why there's a lack of female cricket in the schools in Antigua and also at the community and national levels. Something that has to be tackled and has to be tackled by the new term coming up in September. There has to be a program. So Smitten, the spinner comes into the attack to replace Dascent. Smitten had 3 wickets yesterday for 9 runs. So she'll be looking to see how much she can peg back the Jamaican innings. Really and truly, if this under 19s women's cricket tournament has not jolted us in Antigua to begin some sort of grassroots program in the schools, in the communities, then go to the national level with maybe 4 clubs or so having a female program, and then that extends to the sub-regional level at the Leeward Islands level, and then now to the regional level. If we don't start with something at the grassroots level or bring the ecosystem into train, this tournament will be a waste of time in my view, being staged here in Antigua. We must start something by the school term in September in terms of women's cricket, dedicated women's cricket program. The boys will always have their program, but we need something dedicated for girls. Second wide delivered in this over by Smitten, Jamaica 30-3. Smitten with another good delivery. Smitten is not a bad candidate to be included as well. I think she has bowled reasonably well throughout the tournament. She tries again. Down the onside, wide signal by the umpire. She just need to just keep it on or about off stump. Don't try too many variations. Just attack on or about off stump. That's her strength. Very unorthodox bowling action. She's virtually crouching like a baseball pitcher before she gets into her short strides. 2-3 steps up to the wicket. Then she's getting this one to turn down the onside again. The variety is letting down Smitten. This looks to be her 5th wide of the over. Come on, Jacazia. Get it on middle and off, or off and middle. Much better delivery. 1 delivery to go. She has delivered 5 dot balls so far and 4 wides. That brings up the end of the over. 1 more to go, says umpire Shekels. Thought he had indicated 1, but it's 2 he was indicating after the 4th delivery. Smitten. Except for the wides. Here's a chance of a run out, a direct hit. Well, the ball came out of the hands of the fielder, but not going where she intended it to go. That looks to be Captain Weeks at the end of a Jamaica 32-3. So Captain Alia Weeks has brought herself back into the attack, and sensibly so, I believe. She has 2 more overs to go. She has 1 for 7, and she has to see if she can take a wicket or 2. She needs to force the Jamaican captain, Barr, to come to the crease, because beyond Barr, the Jamaican batting has struggled all tournament. Barr herself is not even among the top 4 or 5 in terms of runs scored in the tournament, but she can be effective for her team. I give her that benefit of the doubt, if there is any at all. This one is cutting from middle to leg. First delivery from Weeks of a new over. So let's look at the stats in terms of the most runs or the top batters. Ebony Brathwaite, 163 runs. She has 1 more innings to go. And she's out leg before. Weeks has struck with her second ball of her new spell, her 3rd over. The 4th wicket, the 5th wicket for the 4th wicket for Jamaica goes down. They're on 32. And that was a good wicket from Captain Weeks. The Jamaican batter, Samira Smelly, going leg before wicket to Alia Weeks, as we'll see now on the replay. Hitting it just between middle and leg on the back foot. I think that was a good decision by the umpire on that occasion. Captain Barr comes to the crease. So I was saying, looking at the stats for the tournament so far in terms of the top batters, Captain Barr is not among the top 4 or 5. But she has to stay there and bat for her team. She's looking to get off the mark. It is Ebony Brathwaite, 163, Zara Skerritt, 113, Alia Weeks, 105, Jada Tyrrell, 103, and Samara Ramnat, 103. So 3 batters hovering between 105 and 103 in terms of the most runs. Skerritt, 113, number 2. And Ebony Brathwaite, the outright run scorer, top run scorer, 163. Weeks to Barr. She stumbled as she delivered that ball a while ago, and Barr is off the mark. She got a single off the misfield, and Jamaica up to 33 for 4. The contest between both captains in this passage of play is going to be crucial to which team comes out the victor. They're the Leeward Islands coaches. Percy Daniel on the right, Pernell Shafter Watley on the left, Percy Daniel from St. Kitts, Watley from Antigua. Watley has the designation of head coach on the back of his jersey. I was saying it was Percy Daniel all throughout, but it's actually Watley who is the head coach. Percy Daniel is the head coach of the senior Leeward Islands women's team. No doubt about that. That one is angling down the onside. Both coaches in an animated discussion. WhatsApp is saying, we the commentators, especially those from Antigua or the sports reporters, really don't know what is going on with the lack of sports, even more so cricket in the school system. This delivery is driven down the onside. A sprawling save by Dasent in the field at mid-off. End of a successful over by the Leeward Islands captain Alia Weeks. She has taken her 2nd wickets. Jamaica after 9. 34 for 4. will continue. So the point standings at the end of the 5 round of matches: Barbados 14 points, Jamaica 12. Really? So let's go again. Trinidad and Tobago 20 points, Barbados 14, Jamaica 12, Leeward Islands 8, Windies Islands 4, and Guyana 2. So it's 4 points for a win, 2 for a no result. So Trinidad and Tobago with 5 wins, 20 points, Barbados with 3 wins, 3 fours, 12 and 2, 1 no result, 14, Jamaica 12, 3 wins, the Leeward Islands 2 wins, 8, Windies Islands 1 win, 4, and Guyana only a no result, 2 points. Smitten again. Ball plays it into the vacant area between point and gets a single. Second one conceded by Smitten in this over. Brings Ricketts onto strike. I don't think she minds bowling to Ricketts as opposed to Bar. Ricketts is again playing into the same position where they got the run a while ago. Here's a chance of a run out. Why is that fielder holding on to the ball for that length of time? Mauricia Lewis not firing in the return as quickly as one would have hoped she would have done. I think Smitten is asking for a change in the field. She's not happy at all with the reaction of Lewis in the field. She's taking an age to get the return back to the wicketkeeper. Smitten tries again. Off the back foot is Bosch. She's attempting a single, but she won't get it. Baruja is the fielder at short, third man. After this, we're going to have the regulatory drinks break after 10 overs. Ball is playing defensively. That ends the over. Only 3 runs conceded. Jamaica after 10, 37 for 4. We'll take a drinks break as well and be back in 2 minutes. So we're back here at the Kurdish Cricket Ground, and let me immediately apologize to all our Guyanese listeners and viewers. I omitted to name two players from the Guyana team in my squad. So certainly Danielle Mann's the captain, and Shanisa Thomas, the bowler. They two will be in my squad. So I think I have 22, 23 so far. I have to trim it down to 20 by the end of this match because I want to give you my full 20. I was asking for 25, which I think is a better number of players to look at as opposed to 20. But CWI, Cricket West Indies, says 20. Warner continues, and this one is hit in the air. Is the catch going to be taken? Yes, it has been. The catch has been taken. The fifth wicket for Jamaica goes down straight away after the drinks break. The Leewards have had another wicket, Shashin wickets, caught by the captain earlier weeks of the bowling of Warner, and she goes back to the pavilion. It was hit in the air, and Weeks judging it well from her mid-on positions, coming in, and just before the ball dropped to the ground, she was able to get on it and take the catch. The second catch in a similar situation and position for Captain Weeks, and Jamaica has been pegged back. As we look at the replay, in the air, Weeks going to her right and taking it just about her midriff, and good catching, good judgment by the Leeward Island skipper, really setting the example and leading from the front for her team so far. She has taken 2 wickets, Weeks with the ball, 2 catches of the bowling of Warner, and Jamaica in a spot of bother, 37 for 5. So Morgan out for 4, Guthrie for 3, Hall for 4, Smelly for 5, and Ricketts going a while ago for 4. Captain Baugh will have to really take charge of things for the Jamaican team. Nicoya Green, the wicketkeeper for Jamaica, comes to the crease. Warner to Green. This one is going to be called a no ball, I think. Is it just above waist height, or was it a legal delivery? It was a full toss, not capitalized on by Green. Umpire Tate consulted with his standing umpire. Tate consulted with the square leg umpire Shackles, and they're satisfied that it was not above waist height. That full toss delivered by Warner, first delivery up to Green. Another full toss hit in the air, chance for a catch just over the head of Lewis. Lewis has not distinguished herself in the field at all morning. One of the weak links in the Leeward Islands fielding has been Oresia Weeks. She's not returning the balls as quickly as she could or she should when she fields, and that on that occasion it was just over her head. She's tall. All she needed to do was to take a step or 2 backwards, and that would have fallen comfortably in her hands. So a very animated Leeward Islands dressing room, and no ball signaled by the umpire, but the other 2 were just similar. So I can't understand the inconsistency of calling those a full toss above the waist, a free hit. So I'll have to take back my criticisms of Lewis, because it was a no ball, and had she taken the catch, it won't have merited. But I think the previous 2 deliveries were similar, above the waist height. This was a legal delivery from Warner. I think Warner has been told to bowl at a full length as she gets ready to bowl to Green, who is on 3. She got 2 runs from the previous 2 deliveries. Will they chance a second one? Boys coming for it. Will there be overthrows? Good backing up on the onside. Jamaica chasing 70 for victory. They're 41 for 5. They're at the halfway stage of their reply. We're in the 11th over. Captain Barr comes in to strike. Warner the bowler. She's beaten outside of off stump. Good delivery there. That ball going across the bat of Barr through to the wicket keeper. Warner's taken 2 for 12. This is a third over. She goes in again to Barr, and Barr is getting back onto this one. And good run in between the wicket. She just played it gently down the onside, and there was no closing fielders to prevent the single, and they scampered through. So at the end of 11, Jamaica 42 for 5. Smitten will continue. Another well-judged single by the Jamaican captain Barr. She's really leading out there in the middle. She's not looking to get boundaries because she knows once she can rotate the strike, pick up the ones and the occasional twos and the occasional boundary as well, her team will win this game. And she's very quick between the wickets. She deliberately kept herself back at number 5 because she knows that a lot will depend on her if her team is going to get to this target of 70. But Smitten certainly has other ideas. There she goes with that unorthodox stance before her delivery strides. I describe it as almost like a baseball pitcher crouching over, looking at the batter, and then running off her front heel. Let's look at it again. She takes 2, 3 paces up to the wicket. Then she delivers, beating the bat of Green outside of off stump. That's wide and will be signal wide of off stump. For legal delivery so far. Smitten to Green. Green is driving, but Smitten is going across to her left and feeling quickly to her bowling. A good cricketer in Smitten, I reckon as well. This one is played into the onside. The batters are looking for a second run. Boys are almost stranded down the track. She's going to be run out, is she? But she got back in the nick of time. Had that throw been a little bit more accurate, Ball would have certainly been a run out would certainly have been run out there. She was backing up too far looking for a second run, and it wasn't there. So luckily for her, at the end of it, the Jamaicans 45 for 5 as we see the Barbados team making their way um, into the ground here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No doubt that the Trinidad and Tobago team will follow momentarily. Barbados and Trinidad will be contesting the finals at 2 o'clock. We're not even at midday yet here, and this game is almost completed. So we might have a good little wait before the start of the second game or the start of the final. A bowling change for the Leeward Islands. Bourgeois is coming into the attack. Another spinner. Good delivery first up. On target. She's a off spinner. Well, Judge single on this occasion, is it? A direct hit would have spelled trouble for Green. She was running to the danger end, the non-striker's end. Ball was already comfortably down to the wicketkeeper's end. The ball is played up to mid-on. Bourgeois bat onto pad, looks like. That's the only thing that saved Ball, because had that not hit the bat and just went straight onto the pads, she would have been a candidate for leg before decision. This is a crucial partnership for Jamaica. Ball is turning this one into the onside. They will hustle the first one and then maybe look for the second, but it's not there. Dasson, the fielder. The fifth wicket for Jamaica going down on 37. So 11 runs so far. 11 crucial runs for the Jamaican total. They haven't lost a wicket since the fifth wicket went down. Private jet goes into the distance. Wonder if that private jet belongs to Sachin, one of our camera operators. He seems to have an interest in it. Wide signal by umpire Tate. Still one legal delivery to go in this over. Only 2 runs. Sanjana Bourgeois drive in the air but safely. At least one. Orince Lewis on the extra cover boundary and sends a throw in quickly to the wicketkeeper. And she has really made amends for some of her indiscretion in the fields so far in this Jamaican innings. At the end of over number 13, Jamaica 49 for 5. So it's actually raining over in Liberta, Guyana, 81 for 4 or 14.2 overs. I kept refreshing my screen thinking something must have gone wrong with my laptop. But I'm just seeing now that it's raining over there. Turned around the corner by Green. She's playing an important hand with her captain Bar, trying to steer Jamaica to victory. It's on the cards for a Jamaican victory, but the Leewards are not giving up. Sequania Dascent is back into the attack for her fourth and last over, 1 for 12 from 3 overs so far. Green is driving straight to extra cover. Dascent. Green is defending and playing it into the offside. Three dot ball so far. Green, will she get a single on this occasion? They're scampering for it, scampering through for it and getting it in the end because Warner's throw to the non-strikers end missed the stumps. And good calling by Captain Ba. She realized that there were 3 dot balls and there was a chance of a single and she scampered through. Green was running to the danger end. The throw missed the stumps. So the single was taken. Boy's not ready yet. She pulls away just before Dascent was about to deliver. So both teams still believe they have a chance. The Leeward Islands reserve players are really urging on those on the field. So too are the Jamaicans urging on their 2 batters in Bar and Green. Will they look for a second run? No, it's not there. Any misfield, any overthrow, they will try to scamper a second run, but only one. 20 runs needed in 38 balls. So the equation is in favor of Jamaica. Dascent, 1 for 13. She has 1 more delivery in her final over to go. She's bowling to the Jamaican wicketkeeper, Green. She misses a run and she goes back to her mark. So she comes in now for her final delivery of her spell and hit in the air but just short of the fielder at extra cover. Is it Kiara Hanley? Is it their substitute fielder on for the Leeward Islands? Looks to be number 19 on the back of her jersey. Or is it Inika Wilson? So Captain Weeks is going to bowl her 4th and last over as she tries to keep the pressure on the Jamaican batters. To be scoring at only just about 3.5 runs and over. And this is going to be the 15th over. It must have been, it has to be considered a Herculean effort by the Leeward Islands bowlers. Another wicket or 2 will make this very interesting. 19 needed from 36 balls. Can Captain Weeks pull her team back into this game. This is the third place playoff in the CWI Under 19 Women's Championship, and this will go down the onside for 4 wides. This will do a world of good to the Jamaican total or the Jamaican run chase. 51 for 5. A poor delivery there from Captain Weeks, down the onside, beating the wicketkeeper and going down to fan leg for 4 wides. That's not what the Leeward Islands would want on this occasion. Captain Weeks is asking, is it Bahuja to go back to go back on the fan leg boundary? She has 2 boundary riders, fine leg, and a deep mid wicket on the boundary. Captain Boy's defending. She knows with 4 wides already from this over, no need to be looking to attack the bowling, just defend it. She knows Weeks is one of the better bowlers in the Leeward Islands team. 2 for 14 Weeks so far. Boy is turning this one into the onside. They will get at least 2. There's a third. There's a possibility of a third, but they settle for 2 quite early. So 6 runs so far, 4 wides and 2 off the bat of Captain Burr, bringing Jamaica closer to their target. They just need another 14 runs from 35 balls. So it's all in their favor, Jamaica. But if Captain Weeks is able to get a wicket in this over, it really will make it an interesting proposition for the Jamaicans. I think she deliberately missed the run on that occasion. Maybe trying to psycho the Jamaican captain, keep her guessing. .58 for 5, Jamaica chasing 70 for victory. Captain Boyce playing defensively. So the loud cheers and applause is coming from the Jamaican dressing room to our right. Every positive shot is straight on by the Jamaicans. Again, we have seen this tactic employed by a few of the bowlers in this tournament. When they want to maybe keep the batter under pressure, they deliberately miss their run. That's my reading of the situation. I don't know if it's something that the coaches would have told the players, a little ploy they could initiate. Two deliveries to go in this over, the 15th. Oh, this one is a head high full toss. And here's a chance of a run out. The thing about it with the Leeward Islands fielders is that they're waiting to see what is happening before they take the throw. And by that split second or so, the batter has already is already going back to their crease. So it's a head high full toss, and it's a no ball, and it's a free hit. So 12 runs now needed by the Jamaicans. And you can see the Jamaican players cheering on their captain at Dinah Barr and Nicoya Green. Weeks. Will she go full pitch? And that one misses the keeper. And good stop there down the onside. It was a free hit anyway. So 1 by signal by the umpire. So had it hit the stumps or had she been out caught, it wouldn't have mattered because it was a free hit. What will Captain Green do with this ball? Still 2 deliveries in the over to go. Or is it 1? This is Green just trying to turn that one around the corner. Succeeded in doing so. No, leg by, now signaled by umpire Tate. At the end of her spell, Earlier weeks, 2 for 17 from 4 overs. A good return from the captain, leading from the front with her team. 2 wickets, 2 brilliant catches. But it's all for Jamaica to win. 61 for 5. And I can't see the Leeward Islands coming back into this game, except there's some modern day miracle, which don't happen too often these days. But Smitten will try for her team. Jamaica just needed 10 runs. And there have enough balls to get them. This is over number 15. 11 runs in 32 balls. That's the equation. Down the onside, signal wide by the umpire. So if it's one area of the game the Leewards would have to improve on, is the number of extras they have bowled throughout the tournament. So far, 26 extras in the Jamaican innings. Better delivery from Smitten. 21 wides, 2 no balls, 2 leg byes, and 1 wide. Smitten. Down the onside, wide again, signal by the umpire. Make that wide number 23. Good little shot there by Green. They'll come back for the second run, and they'll get it quite comfortably in the end, as Keppel's return to the wicketkeeper is accurate, but not in time to prevent the second run. There's a sprinkling of rain coming across the ground, but I don't think the game will stop because of this, only unless it comes a little bit heavier. This one is outside of off stump, beating Green. That brings up, well, 1 more delivery to go, I believe, or is it 2? No doubt Green, Smitten recognizing that the rain is falling, she's taking her time in getting back to her bowling mark. As she comes in again to Green, and this is down the onside, signal wide by the umpire. And this is where the Leewards have really let themselves down. Extras again the top score. None of the Jamaican batters have gotten into double figures, and extras a whopping 29. Wide of off stump, through the gloves of the wicketkeeper and through her legs, and a single taken. And I think the Leeward Islands by signal, Leeward Islands players have given up the ghost. This partnership of 30 from 36 balls between the Koya Green 9 and a Dynabar 8 is taking Jamaica to victory. This is the crucial partnership for the Jamaicans. Outside of off stump, and now the back foot is Ba. She gets a single. And the score moves up to 68 at the end of over number 15. Just 2 runs needed and another 24 deliveries. So it's over, bar any sort of shouting. And I don't think the proverbial fat lady has to even clear her throat in this situation. Shot at the tower at the VC Bird International Airport. A lot of activity seems to be going on in the tower, and one would expect that. The airport is just a stone throw away from the Cottage Cricket Ground here on the north of Antigua and Barbuda. Baruja will be bowling the last over of this match, I want to believe. 2 runs needed down the onside, wide signal, and 1 run needed from 23 balls. And congratulations to Jamaica. They will finish third. They will win this game by 5 wickets unless a wicket is taken with this delivery. And that would be signal. Did it bounce twice before getting to the wicketkeeper? No. Sanjana Baruja, the spinner. 1 run for Jamaica to complete their victory. This is wrapping the batter captain Adina Bar outside of the line of the leg stump. It's written noticeably a little heavier, but the umpires, knowing that a single will end this game, are continuing as Bar waits to face Baruja. Floated up on the off stump, and they go for the quick single, and that's the end of the game. Jamaica winning by 5 wickets, and they go, the Jamaican players in the dressing room, running onto the field to congratulate their captain, because they know they have won this game by 5 wickets and they will finish third in the standings. Congratulations to them. Our commiserations to the Leeward Islands team. They tried hard, but they just didn't make enough runs. When they batted their 20 overs, they only got to 69, and although they got 5 wickets in the Jamaican reply, it was just not enough for them to force a victory. Congratulations once again to the Jamaicans. As we quickly run down the scorecard for Jamaica, Morgan bowled Weeks for 4, Guthrie leg before wicket to Dasent for 3, Hall caught Weeks bowled Warner for 4, Skeet. Let me go back to the Jamaican innings. So it was Hall caught Weeks bowled Warner for 4, Smelly leg before Weeks for 5, Ricketts caught Weeks bowled Warner for 4, Barr not out 10. Crucially, the captain staying there until the end. Green not out 9. Extras 31. No, not a batter for Jamaica except Barr getting to double figures of 10, and extras 31. Byes 2, leg byes 2, wides a whopping 25, no balls 2. So you don't even have to ask Einstein to tell you why the Leeward Islands lost. 25 wides are counted for their defeat. Jamaica 70 for 5 of 16.3 overs. 4 of wickets, 1 for 11 Morgan, 2 for 15 Guthrie, 3 for 21 Hall, 4 for 32 Smelly, 5 for 37 Ricketts, and the partnership taking the score from 37 up to 70, a partnership of 33 runs, making the difference with the help of a healthy 25 wides being bowled by the Leeward Islands bowlers. Weeks 4 not 17, 2 an economy rate of 4.25, 1 no ball, 5 wides. Dasent 4 not 14, 1, an economy rate of 3.5, no balls, 3 wides. Warner 3 not 13, 2, an economy rate of 4.33, 1 no ball, no wide. Smitten 4 not 16 not, an economy rate of 4, no balls, 8 wides. And Baruja 1.3 overs, no maidens, 6 runs, no wicket, an economy rate of 4, no balls, 2 wides. So the Leeward Islands losing by 5 wickets, or should I say Jamaica winning by 5 wickets to finish third. So that's the end of the third place game here at the Cottage Cricket Ground. We look forward to our viewers and listeners, joining us for the championship match between the defending champions Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, starting at 2 p.m. I think I can say Trinidad go into the finals with the psychological advantage, having beaten Barbados in the fifth round match yesterday here. It's a repeat of that game today, but the conditions could be different. The mindset of the Barbadians could be different. So we wait to see what happens. So until you join us for that championship game at 2, Colin James saying goodbye until then.